right, here we go. Channel. Okay, we're going to do an audio check. All right, I can hear myself pretty good. All right, I can hear myself pretty good. And let's make sure the noise cancel works. All right, I can hear myself pretty good. And let's make sure the noise cancel works. All right, I can hear myself pretty good. Oh, that's horrible. And let's make sure the noise cancel works. All right, I can hear myself pretty good. Oh, that's horrible. Okay, there we go. That's a lot better. That's not all we do. All right. Well, nice. All right, I'm in the picture. All right, okay, there's a 20-second delay. Cool. All right, so today we're going to do transmission pull on a 20 Ascent. This is the TR690. We got to do tail housing work. We got to do torque converter work because this vehicle does have a bit of a shudder and an acceleration issue. So if I see something in the chat, I'll answer it when I can. But basically, I show priority to questions to the super chats, just because you're paying. Get you a better angle. Yeah, that'll work. Hey, what's up, Tanya? Darky Pod wants to know what I'm doing. Eh, I'll talk about it later. It's not the correct fastener that goes in there. Now it's stuck. another one right there. All right. Come on, fastener. Yeah, I think she's ready to come down. Nope, one more. Okay. Oh, they're gonna be. These are not gonna. Oh, no, not so cool. Always worried that I'm gonna get a stuck bolt on a live stream. I know y'all like watching me play with the torch. Stuck on there. No! Yeah. Throwing stuff on the ground always fixes things. Yeah, it's good enough. Exhaust hanger pliers, where you at? Oh, no. There. Get that transmission cable detached. You're a 10, you're not a 12, I need a 12. You're a 10, not a 12, I need a 12. How come I don't have a 12 on my table? Boo. It's probably stuck on another ratchet in this car. Or not. Well, wherever my long reach version of this is, that's where my 12 is at. And I need my 12 for later work. I gotta find it. Otherwise, those torque converter bolts are gonna be extra fun. Oh. That's my long reach 3/8. Alright, I'm gonna look one more time in this car. Not here. Not there. Is it in the mystery drawer? It's not in the mystery drawer. Not over there, not over there, not over. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. That is a very, very important ratchet with a very, very important socket on it. I need that little guy. Where'd that little guy go? You're a little guy. It's not there. It's not there. There's the 14 mil version, but I don't need that. There. Oh, buddy. Anger issues. Think. Deep breath. Deep breath and think. If I was a long reach cordless ratchet with a 12 millimeter on it, where would I be hiding? Where would I be hiding? This sucks, guys. That's like my go-to ratchet for half this job. little pissed, dude. All right, we're wrenching by hand. I don't got time for this. It'll turn up. It always does. I guarantee, like halfway through the stream, I'm gonna open up a tool drawer that I've opened up 5 times already, and go, "Oh yeah, there it is." Man, I did clean up. Did I help somebody on another car and leave it at their bench? I know it's not up top. I haven't even done any work up top. I guarantee it's going to turn up as soon as I have all my 12s taken out. Then it's going to go, "Hello." That's how it always happens. That's how it always happens. All you got to do is not use something for like 10 minutes and then it shows up. We got to get this car done before lunch. Right after this, we got to do, what did you know, another ascent. We got to put fuel injectors in that one. And do some AC work? Yeah. AC work, fuel injectors. Then I get to go back on the Buick. They want the ascents done before the Buick. If you haven't seen the other shorts that I've just recently posted about the Buick, go check them out. I'm really mad at that Buick. It's like a 16-hour evaporator core job. Way too many things have to come off the car, including like the car doors. Never saw that before. But a lot of folks who work on Chevrolet, GMC products, they were telling me that is a common thing. Which kind of makes me angry. Let that drive shaft hang out there. Mud wasp. All right, right over top of my bolt too. That's a good place to build the nest. So a starter motor bolt is 4 more bell housing bolts. Break all these puppies loose. We are not pulling threads today, baby. No way. You'd always break these bell housing bolts loose before you get to Ugga-Duggas. Because if they don't come loose on the first Ugga-Dugga, they will start pulling threads. And of course, my semi-deep 14 is MIA. That's great. Whose ass do I gotta go beat? Oh, look, guys. Look. I found the 12mm swivel socket. Alright. It's not all over yet. I'll need that for the top end. That'll make me happy. Still like to know where the damn ratchet's at, though. Well, adapt and overcome. I can't find the semi-deep, but I do got a spark plug socket. That's semi-deep. It's on a good enough swivel. That's really all I need to get up in here. I say that as I struggle. All right. Ta-da. Okay. What are we doing next, fellas? How about getting the rest of them bell housing bolts out? Let's get those bolts out. We loosened up. Lost one of them in the frame. That's okay. Transmission's coming out. I'm sure I'll find it. Up here in the damn steering rack. It went into the abyss. It's alright, I got spares. Alright. I thought I was done with the spooge catcher, but we need it for one more job. I got some stupid tranny lines over here. Stupid line number 1. to be lane number 2. Don't cut my gloves because it's humid as hell, and putting gloves on when it's humid sucks. Now, it's funny that I complain about the humidity. The shop did buy air conditioning, and the air conditioners are on. But, you know, I blame the public school education. They don't make kids like they used to. These kids, they want to know why it's always so hot and humid. And I go, you think the fact that you leave your garage bay door open all day has anything to do with it? And I just get like the oddest look. Like I just called them stupid. I didn't call them stupid. I just asked them a question. But Mother Nature is a powerful force. And these AC units, they're not going to keep up with her. You gotta shut your doors, I tell them. And their first reaction is, oh, well, the air conditioners are cheap. No. They work just fine. I try to tell them, it's like, if you get here on time when everything's closed up, it's actually really freaking cold in here. It's like 63 degrees. What's the temp now? Oh yeah, hovering on 80. And the humidity is like 93 degrees, 93% outside. All right, my cable's good. The bolts are good. Line's disconnected. Okay, we're ready to move up top, folks. Secure everything underneath. Safe to go down. We're not going to hit the transmission jack. No, we're not. Okay, cool. We're safe to go. All right. All right, I'm going to try and bring in the engine bay. We're going to see how well that works. No guarantees, okay? No guarantees. Because, you know, the old engine bay, you know what she's made out of? You know what she's made out of? Aluminum. Lots and lots of aluminum, so not a lot of magnetic things here. Yeah. It should work. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you like that little exhaust trick? I don't take it off. I just let it hang, dude. Less things I take off, the less things that can break. I'm not taking apart the exhaust system. That's just silly. You just let it hang by the muffler. She's okay. Hey, top mounts off. Yay. Okay. Boiler cooler, I did that work underneath. Get that pipe going. Oh, look, somebody did me a favor. They left something loose. Get that out of the way. More transmission lines. I will say, as much as I complain about GM products, the one thing I do really like about GM products is the quick disconnect lines. There we go. Got some hose caps. Just plug these hoses up with spark plugs. Plug up all your lines, because they will piss. They will piss all day. Loosen this bracket up one more. We don't do that. That'll be a pain in the butt. Get that bracket off. So now we can access bell housing bolt. And then we're just going to grab the oil cooler and bungee it out of the way. Yeah, I know you can't see much. That's just because your boy Joe is poor and he doesn't have money for a wide angle lens. Raise money for Joe. Buy a wide angle lens. So I don't have to use some deadbeat iPhone 8. You know how much an iPhone 8 costs? $50. Do you know how much a friggin' GoPro costs to stream this stuff? A lot of money. Just saying. Cable management problem. There we go. Screwdriver problem. Not a problem. Just got a really long screwdriver that works. Just broke my glove. Yay. Well, let's go ahead and secure that battery before we start touching anything else. Should I have done that first? Yeah. As much as I love just having raw 12 volts just floating around so it can short out against the chassis,
I don't think you guys want to see that on camera.
Hey, it is exciting, don't get me wrong.
It's really exciting to weld your tool to the engine bay.
Just leave that starter off to the side.
And there's a bell housing bolt hiding behind the starter. We call this the sneaky bolt. A lot of people forget it. Then they break the bell housing when they try and chisel things apart, thinking they're stuck on the guide pins.
Okay. My gloves are full of freaking snot because it's humid as hell, so they're coming off now. We are going to be bare knuckling it probably for the rest of the show. If you've ever worked, had gloves and they're full of piss, not fun. Not deep enough. I'll go from the other way around. Yeah. Oh, you still want to be feisty, huh? You just don't want the nut to go flying off. That's what it likes to do when she spins like that. That's why I don't like all these cordless tools nowadays. I like the older ones because they didn't have so much speed. Everything's about RPMs. I don't like the RPMs. I just like the torque. It can be as slow as it wants. Just have torque. I get a 19 on this crank so I can rotate it. We've got to get torque converter bolts out. And I don't have my favorite long reach 1/4 inch. Don't know where she's at. May she rest in peace. It'll turn up. If I bitch about my tool missing long enough, they just miraculously turn up. I swear my brain just blocks my ability to see things sometimes. I've looked for something for about half an hour and then asked the guy at the stall next to me, I'm like, do you see it? And he gets weirded out. He's like, what do you mean? I said, sometimes. I have to always remind this guy. Like, sometimes Like, my brain just won't let me see something when I'm looking for it. And then he'll point to the table and he go, that thing? He says, thank you. I don't know why. So sometimes when I'm looking for something, I have to like walk away from my area for about 5 minutes and let my brain forget where everything is mentally at in my head, and then I come back and mentally recollect where everything's at, and then I find it. It's funny how the brain works like that. All right, one more torque converter bolt, and we're ready to go back on the car. All right, take the wrench off the crank. We don't like to leave wrenches there. Okay, folks, we are done with that. I think you were happier there. Now we're going to go up. Double check, double check, double check. Yeah, we're good. See all right? Can you see all right? A little bit more tilt. A little more tilt. I swear that made an improvement. Go with it. All right. Gotta go up a notch on the old belt because the pants are full of sweat now. Because it's humid. Girdle up so I don't throw my back out like I always do. Good contact, good contact. Good enough.
Oh, 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 oh. Not grabbing in the back correctly. Lower it down. Good. Ah, damn it. I left my cordless impact up there. Well, we're not going back for her. That's why we have spares. Okay. Those are on there. We're not messing around. Uh, 'Come on, buddy. Oh, man. 2 points. I can already feel the humidity stuck all over my clothes. I'm gonna have to burn this uniform when I'm done. Now we're gonna put the special tool in for the torquey converter. Yeah. I should have done it up top. Oh well. Yeah. I shouldn't step on the transmission jack. Oh well. I'm doing it. My body, my risks. Yeah, those guide pins in that belt housing, they look nice and seized. Let's see how this wants to wiggle out. Engine stand stay tool. Hooray. Oh. There's my piece of wood. Ah, there's my special tool. Let's see how
Let's just see how she responds to basic violence. Not a lot of movement there. A bit of separation. Hear it flopping around, that's good. Throw a little pry bar on it. Okay, this side's starting to move a little bit. Let's work the other side so it don't jam. Is the other side wanting to move? No, it does not want to move. Kind of moving, kind of moving. Let's increase our elevation on the transmission jack. Gonna let her nose down a little bit. Nose up on our engine a little bit. Looking good. Oh, and the screaming begins. Yeah. Where's the Intimidator at? Where's the Intimidator at? There it is. I tell you, folks, when life gives you lemons, get a bigger pry bar. Yeah. Leverage is the shit. That's a normal noise. Don't worry about that. Driver's side, please. we go. All right, well. Make sure that transmission jack is ready to go. Yep. The angle looks good. Yeah. Down just a hair. Oh, beautiful disconnection right there. Before all hell breaks loose, let's get our seatbelt on. Should we have done this before? Kind of, but yeah, the seatbelt's kind of tricky to get on when there's a thing called a vehicle in the way. Just an observation. If you got to work around for it, I think you should do it. But I am trusting my ability to not fuck this up. Yeah, I gotta be real careful because I purposely did not disconnect that oil drain line. And I just have to make sure she doesn't catch on these AC lines. Because thank you, engineers, for overlapping AC lines and coolant lines around my transmission. That was just so smart. So smart. I mean, you should go to school for that, right? I mean, I think that is a grad school class. We're making good time. We're making good time. All right, loud noises. Get a drop. Just wait. Just wait. Oh, no, it didn't drop. Motherfucker. Didn't have enough air in it. There it goes. Get a drop now. 2 more seconds. I have faith. I have faith. Yes. Believe in the car gods will believe in you. Nice. Okay. Catch going there. Yeah, you're in frame. You're in frame. You can see what the hell's going on. You're good. All right, so I'm gonna go nose down just a little bit. Just a little. Because that torque converter, she's got some gravity to her, and I got the transmission jack set up to counter the 30 pounds that this thing weighs. So when I take it out, the back end's gonna want to go boom. Oh no, I got dirty hands and my eyes itch. Damn it. So I'm gonna use a dirty rag. There we go, that's better.
Very hot. It's very hot, folks. There we go. Easy peasy.
Water break. Ooh.
All right. So she's getting a new torque converter because she has a failing stator clutch. And the car is exhibiting what is called lock-up judder. So when the torque converter is getting the line pressure that it needs to lock up the stator, there's just a very, very small split second where it doesn't want to do it correctly, and you kind of get this kind of thump feeling. Okay. Should I fill this with fluid? You can if you want. Then it just makes a big old stupid mess. I'd rather just fill the transmission up with fluid and then just rotate the turbine and let it fill itself, you know? The instructions don't tell you to pre-fill it, just like instructions don't tell you to pre-fill oil filters. But if you want to listen to your granddad, go ahead. Oh, she's got to fight. She's got to fight me. It's already walking. Don't walk away from me. Come on. There we go. Got it. Why do I make this look easy? How do I make it look easy? How do I make this look easy? I don't know. Maybe because I've done 1,000 of them. All right. I'm sure if I did something that I didn't know what I was doing, I would be taking more time stopping to read directions, finding out what socket I needed, what extension I needed, what special tool I needed, so on and so forth. I know every nook and cranny on this thing where I can cheat death, skip a step, do it my way. Ouch. All right. You can have that part back. Let's get her turned around here. Nice and neat. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. down my handle. I'm going to take this tail housing out now. Harness is out of the way. I'll need that out of my way. And I can leave this on. Well, with an extension, check. Full battery, check. Glass is sliding off the face because it's so hot. Yep, check. Oh, you want to be feisty like that, huh? Alright. Two cells. Will it crack? Oh, yeah. Alright, okay, cool. Make sure to put those bolts somewhere where I can forget them. Check. Are we in frame? Yeah, we're in frame. All right. Is that the correct way? Yes. So I'm not prying against the Starfest. Look at all that glue. You wonder why this thing had problems. It's probably full of glue. Come on. Oh, come on. What the? Holy shit. Look at all that. There's your problem, lady. You have idiots working on your cars. And I can tell that wasn't torqued correctly by the way the gasket material wanted to fall off there. It was squished too much to where it just pinched off. Okay. Let's get our parking plot out of there. Come on, parking Paul. Play nice. There we go. It's okay. Oh my gosh. The whole inside of this thing is just littered with garbage gasket maker. Yeah, there's our thrust bearing. Come back. I have to reuse you. I do suspect this thrust bearing is the wrong size. That's probably why the all-wheel drive is having some problems. Oh, that looks good. That looks good. Another driven gear. So I'm just looking at the reduction gear here, making sure it's not dorked up. Looks okay. And it's a pretty stout gear. There it is. A little gasket softener here, make it easier to scrape off. Amazing stuff. Buy it in bulk. You'll love it. Oh, man, it's hot. Okay, I'm gonna need some light. So I'm just using what's called a plastic scraper blade. Get the black ones. They're the toughest ones. They let you get super violent with this stuff without hurting the aluminum. So I hate when I have to come back and fix somebody else's problem because they dorked up the mating surface and now the thing needs a new tail housing or a mid case. You can't put metal back. And more glue will not fix it. So if you're ever going back in with after somebody on this, really check these surfaces. Make sure they didn't dork them up using wire wheels and stuff. Not to say that you can't use like a wire brush. Some of these folks get those wire wheels and they go to town on this. Man, I just can't believe how much friggin' gasket material is up in this case. Now, you'll probably hear a lot of folks say, oh, you shouldn't use a wire brush. And there's truth to that. They say you should use a roll lock or plastic scrapers. There's reasons for all that. One, they don't want you using wire wheels is because, some people put them on grinders that can go like 30,000 ripums, and that'll really tear some stuff up. And they use way too much pressure, and that'll gouge into the metal. But one of the main reasons that a lot of directions will say don't use brushes, wire whizzy wheels, is because they're worried about pieces of the metal brush breaking off. That's why you buy high quality ones. You don't buy the Harbor Freight ones, okay? If it says 30 brushes for $12 on Amazon, those little wire strands, they're gonna break off. This one particular brush that I'm using, this is made by Vapor. Well, it's resold by Vapor. It really has no brand name, but this is a $7 brush. I've had this dumb thing for 5 years. Great condition. You get what you pay for. That's my point. You get what you pay for. So this thing doesn't lose bristles. Mm. Now I gotta work on the other side. Just the chunks of glue. Oh my God, yeah. This person definitely had some trouble. Look at all the gouging that's in here. This was not put on correctly. The tail housing isn't 100% trashed. I'll just clean that up. That's why you shops, you cannot let these rookie people do this stuff without an adult watching. Yeah. I'd have more of this on camera so you can see what I'm doing. But guys, I'm just cleaning off the gasket material, nothing special. There. Now I do got to dry my hands off. I do have to put on some gloves because I do have to work with some cleaning chemicals. If you've ever worked with cleaning chemicals, you know they do not go well with human skin. If you struggle to put on your gloves when they're a little bit moist, do it in front of a fan. The fan blows air into the gloves, opens up the pockets so everything slides on nice. We're going to use the best cleaner in the world, Subaru branded cleaner. A 100% of the time, you get 75% of the product out of the can. It's amazing. There you go. A little. Tilt this back a little bit more. So I get some good drainage out of here. Smells amazing. I still need a lot of that old gasket has really worked its way up in here. This is definitely embarrassing. Don't want that. This is why we do not use so much gasket maker. Follow the directions. It tells you how big of a bead to lay so it squishes correctly, folks. And do not use shop air in this. You will blow pressure into something and cause a problem. If you did this correctly by just using a scraper, you're not going to have a whole bunch of chunks in there. I unfortunately have to deal with the mess from the last person who did this because there's a lot of chunks in there. you want to use shop air in the tail housing, go to town. Have fun. Just make sure that this little shim here, you don't lose it. Otherwise, you're going to be doing a lot of fun measurements. Oh, yeah, I can tell this. The more I clean it, the more scoring I'm seeing. This person had a hard time with the parking call. Tons of friggin' gouges in this too. Gouges from trying to pry this off. That's why I don't pry. Okay. I use that little rubber mallet. Just a few little love taps. That's all you need. Because it's, as long as those guide pins are there, it's gonna stay on the guide pins, guys. Oh. All right, let's get our replacement clutch back going here. Beautiful looking clutch bag. Level that transmission out. Fudge. dokey. Let's get some instructions going. Service manual, let's go. Alright, take this weight belt off. I'm sweating through it now. Oh, that feels good. Service diagnostics. Here's about 21. Forward, drive pinion, front differential. Yeah, transfer clutch. Transfer clutch. There you are. The adjustment. Give me the adjustment. Alright, gotta take some measurements. Alright, I'm gonna take 5, get a drink of water, get a new battery for my tool. New battery stuff. Alright, we're back. Check out the chat.
lot of chat in here. USS Liberty. Oh, you're gonna get a barn with a lift. Nice. You got money. Yeah, he's working today. I'm not degrading myself by working on Subarus. I'm just making comments about the previous person who's been in here because I have to fix it. This came from another shop. This lady's stranded in our town. I don't like doing half-ass work. Because if I'm going to half-ass something, I'm going to be honest about it. But I'm going to have good reason for it. And it's usually my car I'm working on. Usually. The other time it's the wife's car. Okay, so we got to get some measurements going here. Like I said, I'm under a time, folks, so I can't really show everything. I already have plenty of other videos. I've done this multiple times. Duh. Where's my deck adapter? Man. Not cool, man. Deck adapter. Oh, there it is. Aha. This is what I was looking for. Okay. Let's get those measurements going. And whenever I do measurements like this, I always write them down because I do put it in the story. Okay. I don't like being quoted what I did or didn't do. So this is going to be A minus 15. B, C, minus 0.05 minus 0.25. Okay. H is the height of the ST in phase to the rear. Okay, so I need to get measurement A. Got it. Okay. Millimeters, check. Zero to gauge, check.
6694 is my first reading. I'm going to take this depth reading in a couple different spaces just to make sure that this tail housing isn't warped. $66.92. All right, cool. Yeah, I like that. Writing down A is 66.92. Okay, next measurement B. B, 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 B. B is the height of the special tool. Okay. 126.35. $126.37. $126.35. Always check the measurement of that mounting bracket. You never know if somebody dropped it. I got my own. And then I always double check it when it's installed. Sometimes when you bolt it up, it does. If you torque it too much, it can make a different measurement. Okay, now we got to get C, which is going to be, yeah, all right. So I got to put the thing in. And before I put the thing in, I got to put the seals in. So I go into these after a lot of people quite frequently because they'll forget one of these seals or they'll break one of them during install and they don't know it. And then the car is back here with all kinds of line pressure issues. So this is a split style gasket. And I don't know why my dumb ass thought I could put that in. Alright. Switch you out of the way. Oh, okay. Measuring tool, check. Make sure that this is the same because I moved it. Check. $26.75. Try it again. $62. 62.72. All right, I'm happy. All right, let's do the math. 66.92 minus 15. And I got 126.35 minus 62.72. Get that calculator going. Okay, 66.92. 51.92. 51.92 minus the total of 126 minus 62.7, 63.3, plus 1. That is really bad. That is really bad math. I don't like this math. Make sure I plug my numbers in correctly. That was my C. D is my big number. A with my depth. Was I supposed to take it for? You can just see measure height A from ST in the rear drive surface. Okay. All right, let's just run the numbers again. 66.92 minus 5192. I believe 126.35 minus 60. Okay, so I definitely did something wrong there. 126 point 35. And we're going to subtract 62.72, 62.72, 63.63. So I transcribe. That's still nasty. That's not mathing out. Why is that not mathing out? So I must have done the tail housing wrong. That's got to be it. All right, let's do that tail housing one more time. I speculate that that bearing was not seated correctly. Zero the gauge, check. And I should get a bigger number now, and that was my problem. $77.90. Oh, yeah, that is a much bigger number, Joe. Okay, always doing threes. $77.80. $77.83. All right, better. Okay. Let's fix that. Let's fix that number up. 77.82 minus 15 gives us a new number, 62.82. That's gonna math better. 62.82 minus 63.83. Dude, my measurements still suck. All right, tail housing checked out good. This is not in all the way. That's the problem. You see, there we go. The splines are lined up now. Damn. Double mistakes today. $68.28. Let's do it again. $68.72. Do it again. Getting a lot of inconsistent numbers here. We'll readjust this. $67.73. Let's do it again. $67.75. One more time. $67.73. That's consistent. Crying me. All bad numbers. Total, okay, minus 58. 0.62. $62.82 minus 58.62. Much better. Okay, need a thrust bearing of 4 mils. Which one did I get? Okay, this is a 4.4. Now I gotta find the part number for the correct one. Yay. This is what I need. Which one did they give me? They gave me a 50-50. I'm probably gonna need the 60. Alright, I'm gonna go to parts. Be back in about 5. Smoke me if you got 'em, folks. All right, we in luck. I had one on hand. %70 of you are not working today? That sucks. You should be working. Get that money. Okay, time for the tail housing. Make sure we got that needle bearing in there. This is where I see a lot of folks screwed up when you're trying to do it like this. You should really have the transmission vertical, not horizontal. They don't get all their clutch packs lined up. So when you think you got it, take it out. Don't drop your needle bearing. All right, I'm still not all the way good. There we go. Got our shim back up there. Needle bearing back in. I'm gonna nose this down a little bit more so I can help that thrust bearing, torsion bearing, stay where it needs to stay, because if it slips off, I'll crush it. All right, we're in all the way now. Now I can set up the old parking pole. Putting this on is always a hoot. Ow, ow, ow. That's a finger. All right. Make sure that pin's in all the way. She does like to fight you. Spring's good. Spring's in the right place. Okay. She's locked. Take it out of gear. She's free. Put it back in park. Put it back in park. There we go. Parking ball engages. Little function check. Give everything a nice courtesy wipe again. So we've been touching everything. Oh, damn it, no, no. I've been betrayed. The spring has betrayed me. What did I do to deserve that? Those are not pliers. Those are scissors. Fine, I'll use these pliers, whatever. Worst parking ball setup ever. Alright. I'm going to do my function check all over again. Good. Check. Thrust bearing. Needle bearings. parking pawl, function shaft. I got the shim in my tail housing. Yeah, we're ready to glue this thing. Okay, we're using a quarter of the glue that was used by the previous person. Beautiful. Okay, let's get our bolts started here. Yeah, we do have to torque this down. I like to use the rubber mallet and do the lug taps to make sure everything's seated correctly. That ensures that nothing is binding. They should go on very, very smoothly. This gun has got a setting for 5 foot-pounds, so okay. Not really ugga-dugging anything. Doing this at 24 nautical miles. That's Newton meters. Should good. Let's get the exhaust hanger back on. Put the harness back. Easy peasy. As you can see, about the only thing you can really screw up on this is measurements. Okay. Now the problems that I exhibited was the transfer clutch was still poking out a little bit, so it took a bigger measurement than normal. Had this had been vertical, it probably would have seated correctly, so be aware of that. And then same thing happened with the tail housing. I was in the vertical position, but I had just cleaned it, so all the metal surface was dry. As soon as I lubed up the bearing seat, then it dropped right into place. So yeah, that's all you really do. So if your measurements don't line up when you're doing your calculations to measure that that bearing, because you should be within like the 4 to 4.4 mil range. It's very rare that you're below 4, but that's okay. There is a bearing for that, which I think the tolerance is like 3.8 to 5 mil. So if you're way outside that spectrum, double check all your math. Make sure you zeroed out your gauge. Make sure your your depth gauge isn't bent. That happened to one poor feller. He had a bent depth gauge. So shit happens. Just know how to deal with it. One of my rules, being a mechanic, is the best mistakes are the ones we fix. Nobody got hurt. Yeah, my music turned off. I'm gonna put my music back on. Oh, come on. Where's the music? Bluetooth. Sound. There we go. Snort some energy drink. Let's get it back together. By the time we have everything put back together, this transmission glue will be dry, and I can add fluid to it. Generally, you should give it at least an hour. I personally do prefer a cure time of at least 6 hours, especially when it's a little bit humid. But, okay. The boss wants this done and gone in like the next 2 to 3 hours, pretty much before I eat lunch. $100% doable. You know, when they go against my glue time, I just let them know. But you know, customers nowadays, they weren't what they were 10 years ago, or 20 years for that matter. Shoot, it's like, yeah, I can flip an engine in a day if nobody bothers me. That's short block and everything, rebuilding the cylinder heads, knock it all out, get it done in a 10, 11-hour day. But then they get all giddy and they're like, cool, we can tell the customer they can pick up. And I go, no, like there's something called post checks. Why do you keep forgetting? Well, the customer wants it now. I told them that you're finished. Like, yeah, well, tell them now that I'm starting post checks. Okay. Post checks means I put a new engine in your car. I would like to get at least 50 miles on it, preferably 100. Shops hate that. The last 2 shops I've been at absolutely religiously hate that I do that. And I was like, dude, if anything's going to be wrong with that car because I just put a brand new engine in it, I want it to happen on our time, not on the customer's. And yeah, you know, it can be a little tricky trying to get those miles on a car, but that's why you take the car home. Like you tell the customer, hey, I just finished your engine. I want to put some miles on it. The fastest way to do that is to take it home for the day. Get some rush hour traffic test drives. See how it does. Because going home and back, I can put 40 miles on a car. And I kid you not, 10, 15 years ago, that was not a problem. That was stupid common. Just be like, hey, tech's gonna take your car home. We just need you to say okay. I'm like, yeah, sure. Now everybody freaks out. It's like I'm stealing their child. I don't know. How do you all feel about it? If you just spent $8,000-9,000 getting your entire engine rebuilt, I personally think that that's an okay thing to say. Yeah, take it home. I mean, I do wear a jumpsuit because I know I get dirty at work, so I just go to the locker room and I just throw on a set of clean overalls. I'm not getting the car dirty. I don't know, folks. Customers just got weird. COVID messed with everybody's head. Made everybody super suspicious of each other. Everybody thinks they're a professor now because they got Chat GPT. They're like, oh, Chat doesn't agree with you. That's cool. How did Chat train itself? By looking at a bunch of freaking Facebook posts and Reddit posts? Yeah, you're going to find some disagreeing information there, buddy. That's the thing, like, I get it. Like, the AI stuff is pretty cool. I've used it to do some deep research, but you still have to read the source material so you can call out your little AI buddy. Not a lot of people know. You should do your own little deep dive research, but here it is. Here's the short of the long explanation. When OpenAI, ChatGPT, Gemini, all these little AI models, you know how they got training? Is they hired people. Okay, they hired people to do research on topics and train the AI model. Okay, so that AI is as good as the people that they hired. And yes, there were people who lied about their credentials. People said they were professors. They weren't. They were self-proclaimed professors. Okay. Nice. They got what they paid for. All right. Shifter cable. Let's get that on there before I get too far. Also, so many of you don't know what an AI hallucination is. Sorry, I'm trying to look for things and maintain thought at the same time, and it ain't working. I just put away a couple of tools. You can see the bolts that are on my workbench here. And then we'll get back to the rambling. Not a bracket, not a bracket, not a bracket. So where's the bloody bracket, Joe? I didn't put it on the lift. I don't like putting things on the lift. Ah. I put it on the tray organizer, but I have two tray organizers. All right. So yeah. It's here are my words of wisdom on doing the AI model. I like it. Okay. I've used it for a lot of big research projects. I've learned a lot from it. But whenever it's doing something and it gives you an answer because you're trying to learn and research yourself, You need to be asking, what are its resources? And you need to go vet those resources. I kid you not, these little AI models, they love going to Reddit. They will pull things out of Reddit. And Reddit is just full of people who are, well, not verified. Yeah, you can find good material there, but still. So I really like that the local community college in my town, they do host workshops all the time. It's a 3-day class. It's a 3-day class each, um, over the course of 3 weeks. Each class, so it's 1 day a week for 3 days. Each class is 2 hours long. And actual software engineers are explaining how the AI models work, how they were trained, how they get their source material, how to ask them questions correctly, how to set up prompts so that way that they automatically feed you the resources that they're pulling from. Because again, if you just let them grab gibberish, they will happily give you gibberish as an answer. Loud noises. So, yeah, so the professors taught us how to look for hallucinations, um, how you can induce a hallucination. That was fun. So they gave us a specific product to where we would overload the AI model and it would just start coming up with gibberish answers, answers that would conflict with other things that it had previously said. Oh, sorry. So one of the ways that these AI models can hallucinate and just start giving you bad answers, garbage answers. Hallucinating isn't making things up, folks, okay? Like, their intentions are good, but all their math is wrong. I need this thing to come down now. And it is stuck on the locks for giving my hammer. Let's use the nice squishy hammer. Yeah. Let's get this out of my way. I don't need it anymore. Okay. Focus, Joe. Focus. Righto. So what am I talking to myself about, huh? You all aren't saying anything in chat. You're a bunch of quiet folks. Uh, yeah. So we're talking about how in this class we purposely made these AI models hallucinate, and one of the easiest ways you can do that is by using the same AI chat window. So if you've ever used like Gemini or ChatGPT or OpenAI, you're always asked if you want to use a pre-existing chat or a new chat. If you run your chat too long, it loses focus of things. Loud noises. All right, because one of the prompts that the AI has to always do is satisfy you. Okay, it's really hard to change that. It's not really a setting you can turn off. So if you're working on a big research topic, which is what our instructions were to do, we were told to do a research project, asking it a list of questions, vetting the answers, purposely telling it like what we thought and asking for clarification. So you spend about an hour just typing in this chat to the AI, and you probably have maybe about 150 responses. At about that point, it'll start forgetting what you initially were talking about, and it's trying to give you the fastest, best answer. So it'll forget things that you'd previously told it to do or researched about, and you can make it lie to you. And that's where the hallucinations come in. So if you're doing one of the big takeaways from that experiment was, if you're doing a big research project or any research at all, you first need to start one chat. Okay, you run one chat and you explain to the model what you want to do, and you specifically tell it, like in these words, you tell it in these words: to prevent hallucinations on this, please break up, segment my research into smaller research topics, okay, that you will take to another chat prompt and you will research it there. So once you are done with that sub-research topic, you will bring it back to the main chat prompt. So in order to do a big, heavy research project, you might have 5, 6, even 10 separate little chats going, all right? Because you're working all these little sub-research projects that lead up to the big overall research topic. And every time a sub-research, you finished it, you're done, then you transcribe that summary, okay? You can't take the entire chat prompt with you, but when you're done, you tell the bot, hey, I'm done. Prevent a summary or a conclusion, or bulletize all the notes with references that we utilize. Okay, so you're printing out a report just on that chat prompt. You're going to take that report and then you put it into your main chat. So now it has clean, verified information. So when you go to compile all your little sub chats together into your main chat, your original main chat should be less than 10 responses. So you're dramatically cutting down on your hallucinations. So that is where we learned a lot of people go wrong. Because they don't know how to organize the chat, they don't know how to use the prompts, and beginner users, they just keep everything in the main chat until the chat's broken, and then the AI is just giving you garbage answers. Pretty fun stuff. Okay, I don't want to put that mid pipe on yet, because that mid pipe is going to get in the way of me hooking up my starter. So I'm going to clear the trash out from underneath the car, lower the car. I want to get my torque converter bolts in, and everything on the driver's side hooked up, because once I get that mid pipe on, I'm not going to be able to reach this stuff easy. How are we doing on time? Not too bad. Hey, we might have this thing burning gas before 12 o'clock, which is pretty good. I mean, honestly, I think I started at 8 o'clock. So 3 hours, transmission out, torque converter done, all-wheel drive clutch back done. No, took a couple of breaks. Good timing. Talking to you all helps a lot. Thanks for keeping me company. Alright. This is movie temporarily. I'm just going to be putting those torque converter bolts back, folks. Well, that means I'm going to need that 19 that I had before. Oh. Man, I thought the stream ended for a second there. Had me a little worried. Alright, let's get that torque converter tool out of there. Put the special tool back where it goes, so I know where it's at next time. Put that 17 millimeter back because I don't need it anymore. This is the hardest thing about working on cars, folks. Just putting your tools away when you're done. Okay, so now that stay tool out, now I can spin my torque converter and line up my bolts. Now you're tightening down torque converter bolts. This is kind of different for every car. Some of these, you can literally, like this Subaru here, I can just go one bolt at a time, torquing them down. Others, you will have to start each one about 90% of the way, because if you need to have like just a little bit of slop in your flex plate. That's between your engine and your transmission, or your torque converter. So that way your last bolt lines up correctly, because it'll just be a blonde hair off. But thankfully on these TR690s, there's just enough wiggle room where you don't have to do that. Now, the 580s, the TR580s, which is in some of the Imprezas that has the torque converter from Toyota. Oh, yeah. You'll know it when you see it because it's got 14 millimeter bolts instead of the standard 12s on the rest of the Subarus. If it's got the 14s, you are going to have to thread those in about 90% of the way, and then go back and tighten them all up. It's weird. I ran into that same problem too when I did a VW engine. It's just something to be aware of. Get them bell housing bolts in before we forget. Yeah, you all are being really quiet today. That's all right. I don't mind holding a conversation with myself. See, because I'm streaming, y'all make me look like I'm not crazy. See, if somebody were to come over and be like, Joe, man, you've been talking to yourself for the last 2 hours, I'd be like, oh, no. I'm talking to chat. And they go, oh, yeah, you're just talking to your fake friends. That's right, I'm talking to the internet people. All right, get that torque converter cover on before I forget, because we don't want to go back in there. That's a very important piece. I need to get the cooler bracket started. So we took 2 of the bolts off underneath the car. So we will start the one here up top. Actually, I could probably do all 3 from up top because I have the rest of the bolts right here. Yeah, buddy. And then completely finish up this side. Tell you what, though, I was like, for all the crazy work that we're going to do today, I'm going to be in a lot of pain. And, oh no. Hang on. Did the chat stop? There we go. Okay. Weird. Sorry. I'm using another computer to monitor the chat because I don't look at it on the phone. And it started playing from the beginning like my camera timed out, but it didn't. It's just being stupid. Yeah. So I'll tease y'all because I was gonna make the big. I'm gonna make the big reveal Wednesday. But those of you who joined the chat right now, okay, those of you who are here watching today's stream, I'm gonna let you know. Next week, I'm flying out to Washington, D.C. Very exciting. And what am I going to do there? Well, I'm going to be in D.C. as an actual instructor. That's right, you heard it right. I got picked up by the big circuit, and we're going to go to STX, Supply Training Expo. Happens every 2 years. And I'm going to be teaching. Three straight days. Super duper excited. But I'll let you know what the topics are going to be next week. Teaching 2 classes. And don't feel bad. If you didn't sign up for STX, all registration is closed. But if you're in the DC area and you want to say hi, let me know. We can high five at the bar. Okay. Put the old starter on. Yeah, but if some of you have been just wondering, like, why I stopped doing a lot of the YouTube live, it's honestly because I've been doing a lot of work for some training agencies, and they require me to live stream for them. And the last couple of years, I have been so exhausted. Like, I have PTSD just from hearing the word Zoom. You're like, we need to get on Zoom. Oh man. Like, get off work at 6. Get home as fast as you can. Clean up, change, scarf some food. And then you got to jump into an online class as a moderator or teach a class. And do that till about 10 o'clock at night. I really do like it though. Because the people who write the courses that I teach, they're wicked smart. They got their own R&D facility where they just get a whole bunch of cars and start screwing around with them. They unplug stuff. So they'll go to an auction. And they'll buy a whole bunch of cars, like maybe $50,000 worth of cars. You know, trying to get them at about $5,000 a piece. All they really care is that they start. They don't have any horrible mechanical problems with them. And from there, they just start bugging these cars and trying to figure them out. It'd be a sweet, sweet job to transition into. I honestly would just love to do that. Like, and some of the cars that they get, they are deemed like unfixable. And these dudes will figure them out. So sometimes when they go to the auction, the auctioneer will say, hey, I've had this car that's come back to auction 5 times because everybody says there's a problem, they can't fix it. And the school gets all giddy. They'll figure it out. Like I said, these guys, they're not just smart, they're stupid smart. Like, they're kind of smart when they start explaining something to you, you just ask yourself, did I just like teach myself wrong about cars my whole life? I just remembered I dropped a bolt into the abyss. It's gone. It's not coming back. And when I had the transmission out, I forgot to look in the abyss to fetch it out. So I got spares. Well, that's wrong. What the hell? This is all jacked up, Joe. Yeah. Hi. Yeah, so that's what I'm hoping to get into next year is start professionally teaching and actually get into that R&D facility. I'm gonna have to move and then just get on board with those people. I need a nut. I need a 14 millimeter nut. I know I got a whole bunch of these dumb things. Where are all my spares? That's the wrong spare. I can't use that as a spare. Ah, here it is. boss man came by and he got really, really mad that we all had a whole bunch of extra nut and bolts that he could see. And I was like, I need those? Like, I use those? Because like, they're from jobs, you know, like we do recalls and they give us like a big bag of extra nuts and bolts in case something breaks. And if nothing breaks, then well, we just keep the hardware on hand because sometimes you do a job and you drop something, you lose it. And you just go to your little bin and you get that bolt. Yeah. So back to the whole R&D thing. Yeah, so I'm hoping next summer I'll be moving over there. I'm just kind of sticking it out for the next year and just finish paying off debt. I don't want to start a new job with debt, like tool debt, credit card debt. It's all going to be paid off. The only thing I'm going to have is the mortgage. And the mortgage, I'm already halfway paid off on the house anyways. The house has tons of equity, which is good. But one thing that I am fairly certain of is when I do start a new job, I will not be making the same amount of money. At least not initially. Fucking kids and their electric impacts, man. Can you guys hear that? They put the express dudes next to me, and they all use cordless impacts to rotate tires. And it's very, 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 very annoying. Hey, I wear when they're on a heavy, when they have a lot of appointments and they got all their cordless impacts going, I gotta put my earplugs in. I've worn earplugs for so long, like we're talking 3 weeks straight. Hey, what's up, man?
Hi, Joe.
Yeah.
I'm buying time on this day.
Yeah, I'm hoping to have it done by lunch though, but
Okay. All right.
I just got it back in.
Okay. All right. No worries.
Thanks.
No need to rush or anything.
Well, I got a lot of stuff. I got another one right after this I got to tear apart.
This is Christina's one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Okay. Mr. Manager. Starter bolt's going to be a little, it's that bottom one. It's being a little bit mean to me. Come on, come on. You came off nice. I mean, it came off really, really nice. I was, oh, you know what it is? I'm using a double swivel. That's why I can't line anything up. Okay, so where were we at? Oh, yeah. So the money. Always comes down to money, right? So, I mean, I make good money here. I mean, it's hard on my body, and that's why I just got to get out of doing this for a living. Is I see the people who are doing this in their 50s, and their backs are shot, their hands are shot, their knees are shot, everything on their body is just shot. Okay, doing this type of stuff with full engine and full transmission, really young man's game, man. At least labor-wise. And you know, I've been putting it in their ear and sitting down and privately talking to the big dogs and saying, you know, I would like it if you could accommodate a position where I mainly just knock out all the diag and then I just pass the repair on to a young lad, you know, who's got a good back and a good set of hands. But you know, they don't like how they have to split tickets between another mechanic because they're saying, well, who's going to want to do a repair if they don't get paid for the diag? And I was like, well, true. So I asked for an apprentice. I asked for a team. I said, well, I can do a team. We can set up a team leader pay to where then I would just make my hours off of doing diag for my team and then the hours that my team flags. So I would mainly be on, I would probably get maybe like 20 hours a week in diag, and then the rest of it would all be production bonus. And then they were like, kind of like, I got the we'll see. Okay, well, I'm gonna be gone by the time they see anything, you know. Okay, so starters in. And did I get my starter wire? Yep, starter wire's hooked up. And the hub and bolts, they are tight. Check and check. Oil cooler is on. It's good. Let's go ahead and put axles in, huh? Why not? Let's put axles in. And once the axle's in, then I can get the cross pipe in. Yeah, guys, it's I see these guys. Like I visit other shops, and I'm seeing people that are pushing 50, over 50, and they're done. And I'm going on 45. So about 5 years ago, when I was turning 40, I made a promise to myself. I says, 45, I'm out of the game. Like, out of the heavy line game. I still want to be in automotive repair. I still want to diag. I love diag. I love figuring out problems. It's not to say that I'll never pull another engine, never pull another transmission. It's just, I'm not going to put myself in a position where I have to do work like this every single day. Every single day. So imagine, like, this is fun. But imagine doing this specific thing every day. You would hate it. Your body would hate it. You never get any time to properly heal. On a big day like this, doing a transmission, then we got to take the top of an engine apart, so I'm going to be leaning over an engine bay all day. It's a lot of stress on the back, a lot of stress on the knees, a lot of stress on the hamstrings. I just can't go home and check out. No, I'm going to have to go home. I'm going to go do about 40 minutes worth of stretches. Okay? Ice packs. Because if you don't, when I wake up on Sunday, I'm going to feel like I got hit by a truck. We are looking for this guy right here. I don't want that. I want this. Oh yeah, forgot to say loud noises. Whoops. We're getting close to the end. You see the light at the end of the tunnel. Hex. You know, it's just the oddest thing too. Like I've talked to a lot of shops around the country, from Montana to Washington, Wyoming, Georgia, South Carolina, even around Texas. They don't want foremen. They don't believe in it anymore. And I finally got it out of a couple of owners. I talked to the shop owners because they just want to hire me as a regular tech. They're super excited. They're like, oh, holy crap. Like somebody that can diag, we need you on the line. I'm like, my time doing heavy is done. I says we can do a different thing where I diagnose a whole bunch of cars and then your young boys can fix them and I'll teach them. They don't want that. They want me to fix what I diag. I have to tell them I'm not doing that anymore. That's not the direction I want to take my second half of my life. But yeah, I finally got one guy to just talk about it. I love the hell out of him. And it just really turns out, it just turns out that they just got burned by foremans. They all were saying the same. These two owners from different states. I want this thread. There you go. Said the exact same thing, almost word for word. They're lazy. They have poor work ethic. They don't show up to work on time. They don't know half as much as they should, and they're a waste of money. Again, loud noises. I was like, holy crap. Like, that's some bad blood right there. I'm asking, I'm like, where is that? Like, what is... I tried to kind of steer them back towards the light of, you know, how good a foreman is. And they understood the principles. They said, yes, it is nice to have somebody who can diagnose a car that's been trying to get diagged by another tech for 2 or 3 days. You know, they can step in, they figure something out. It's nice to have somebody who can teach things. But ultimately, they say those people just become a burden and they become a waste of money, so they got rid of them. And what I think is, I think when they initially hired him, that foreman was really good at the cars that were coming into the shop for that time period. But as soon as new technology hit, and this is what I explained to them, I said, was your foreman going to new technology training? Were they getting updated training? And they immediately wanted to change the topic. And I says, no. I says, that's why. I says, I've been hearing this all around the country. Owners don't like foremen. They don't like the idea of a foreman. Because over a couple of years, they get lazy. They're not worth having around. And I tell them, I says, well, I strongly believe it's because those foremen that you don't like, they allow their training to lapse. They didn't stay up to date with new technology training, and you know that's something that you have to put into their job position. If you're not, sorry, loud noises. I said, you either have to tell them that you are giving them so much pay because they need to go out and purchase new training, or you need to tell them why you're holding back on their rate of pay because you're going to put them in upgrade training. I says if they're not getting a minimum 40 hours of training every year, whether it's new technology training or it's just re-education. I mean, I take a back to basics class every year. Okay, it's a 4-hour electronic fundamentals of electronics, but it's important because I get really stubborn with my fancy tools, and I forget what you can do with the simple test light and a simple voltmeter, and it's good just to go back to basics. So we talked. These two shops we talked. One of them was kind of like, yeah, you're right. He was really good at Sprinter vans and some of these trucks. And I says, yeah. And then they changed everything, right? Like there was a huge remodel on the line, and you weren't getting those cars so much anymore. He's like, yeah. So there's your problem. I says, if I came on board, that would be things that I would recognize. I would say, hey, I need to get new technology training. We got to get new model update training. So that's how this one shop was. It was a fleet shop. And they were talking about how this one foreman was just badass, and I finally got him to cough up a time period. It was like, he's like, oh yeah, like 2008, like he came on, he was just a miracle worker with these trucks. And he said, by about like 2012, he was just, he couldn't do anything. I said, well, yeah. I said, because in 2008, the hottest truck on the out there that was being used by fleet, I said, that was your Ford Triton. Okay. I was like, I bet you that dude grew up on that engine. So yeah, he would know everything about it. But now they transitioned out of that engine and he doesn't know anything about it. And he says, then after that engine, they went to the EcoBoost series. So like, yeah, I said, that's called new technology training. You got to look at what the market has, and then you got to learn what's in that vehicle, and you got to study that platform. Whether you do it yourself or you go buy a class. But I wasn't going to get anywhere with those two places. They were really just burnt out on the whole notion of having somebody like that. It's just sad. Then you got other shop owners, and they go, their mentality is, why do I want to pay somebody to not work in my garage? Because that's what they see a foreman as, somebody who's not wrenching. The people who wrench, in their mind, the people who wrench, the people who get the work done, are the people who make money for the garage. That's a fact. Yes, that is a fact. I won't argue with it. But how much money does your garage lose when somebody can't get a job done in a timely manner because they're stuck on a diag, or something's not going by the book? As that happens in every shop, at least once a day. You get something that is not going routine, something that can't get figured out in the allotted time. Like an AC diag. An AC diag should not take more than an hour. That's it. And there are exceptions, and that's where you have your heavy hitter come in, your foreman will figure it out. And those exceptions end up being like CAN bus issues, rodent damage on the harness, causing communication problems. 99% of AC problems, somebody with good formal training should be able to figure out in less than an hour using just the basic tools. A scan tool, pressure gauges, a UV light, and a AC sniffer. But a lot of these routine mechanics, when their tools don't work correctly, they don't know how to figure out that their tools are working correctly. Hey, I was at another shop training. Okay, I was teaching a class at another shop, and we were on break, and they were asking me questions about a specific car that they were having problems. It was a F-150, like a 2018. All kinds of horrible AC issues. Loud noises. Okay. Loud noises again. All right, no more loud noises. Yeah, so I'm at this shop in El Paso. And I'm talking to these mechanics. So they got problems. This F-150. They can't figure out this AC concern. And they're saying like they put a condenser in, they put an expansion valve, they put a compressor on it. It's still not fixed. It's a lot of parts for something that you never figured out what was wrong with it. It turns out they had the wrong AC sniffer. There was a leak. There was a leak from the evaporator core, but they were never going to find it because they just bought a little cheap sniffer from the Harbor Freight. And I go, this sniffer, it's using technology from like 20 years ago. It's never going to find a tiny leak. So I show them that the one that they need, which was made by Robinair, it's the RD7. It's expensive. It's like $400. If it's a deal, probably $5 if you buy it not on a deal on Amazon, maybe $1,000 on the tool truck. But I told them that they needed that tool, and I said if they had that tool, they could figure it out. I get a text message the next week. They bought it on Amazon. They said they immediately found the leak in the evaporator core. I said, good job. That's what a foreman would do. A foreman would know the capabilities and limitations of the test equipment being utilized. Okay? I need a 14 mil for just 1 second. This little wrench will do. See here, another shop that I helped out with. They were having problems with this EV. Now they weren't a big EV shop, but they were trying to be an EV shop, and they couldn't figure out. They kept getting like all kinds of inconsistent readings, and they were just gonna end up just having to wholesale the car, call it done. You know, tell the customer, hey, we can't figure out the problem with this car. So I go over the code, I go over the instructions. It took about 20 minutes for me to figure out what they were doing wrong. They were using the wrong voltmeter, and they didn't know it. To them, to this mechanic, a voltmeter was a voltmeter was a voltmeter. It didn't matter. I said it does. So I explained to him the difference between a $100 voltmeter that you would get at a hardware store or at the Harbor Freight or on the internet, and a $600-700 meter you would buy from Fluke. Not the endorsed Fluke or anything, but if I say Fluke, you know that's a high quality meter. True RMS. Didn't know what that meant. I says you're trying to read AC, you're trying to get AC waveform voltages, and you're doing that with a non-true RMS meter, and that's why all your numbers are all over the place. These instructions were designed around a true RMS. And he's like, well, how am I supposed to know that? I said, well, if you would have went to an EV training course, which he did, so I said, it should be in your book. Your book should have a section on the test equipment you're supposed to use and what it should be rated for. So, very, 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 very interesting. A lot of mechanics, like I said, for a deal on a voltmeter, they understand they're expensive, and then they get all giddy. They're at a pawn shop, they're on Facebook Marketplace, and they go, "Holy cow! Like that's a $500 meter, and the guy only wants $100." But I'm not gonna. Let's not go into conversation why it's $100. Turns out that mechanic bought a lineman's tool. Okay. Different tools for different jobs. Was it Cat 3 rated? Yeah. Was it true RMS? Yeah. Did it have the ability to read information fast, accurately, and correctly, and display it? No. Why? Because it was for line work. It wasn't for working on DC motors. Big difference. So I just told him, I said, just put it on eBay. Maybe you get your money back. All right, folks, we're ready to put fluid in this sucker and turn it on. And we'll get this thing, if it fires up correctly, I'll get my lunch. And probably in about an hour, we'll be working on the second ascent for the day. It'll be a big engine job that has to get done by the end of the day. Fluid, we're putting in fluid. You see, I need to eat. I'm getting tired. So on these Subaru transmissions, it is very, very important that we do put in the correct fluid. Okay, we do not want to use a one size fits most fluid, as I call it. Okay, CVTs are very particular about the fluid that they get. I don't like using universal CVT fluid. I don't believe in it. I gotta get the fluid pump now. Other end of the shop. Not a diff. Coolant, brake fluid. Need a diff machine. Need an oil pump. Need an oil pump. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? One of these. Ah, here it is. It's just rotting in this one. Found it. Now I gotta find a way to get it out of this bear. Oh, nuts. Can I? Yeah, I'm gonna try and sneak through this bay with the machine. Alright. Coming through, sir. Coming through. Appreciate. Okay. Yeah, okay. So back to my point. No universal fluids when it comes to transmissions. Don't believe it. That transmission was made for a specific oil and for a specific reason. And in this particular reason, the Subaru TR690, it needs a CVT fluid with a specific EHL property. What is EHL? Well, that is a really fun topic to talk about. It does take a little while to explain it, but here's the gist of it. So when that CVT variator is spinning, it does have a chain, okay? And that chain does have to glide across that very smooth, unique surface. And that's where the CVT oil kicks in. Now, when the variators get energized or pressurized, as I should say, with line pressure, which is like 150,000 psi plus to create that variable gear. That fluid underneath the chain, so the CVT fluid between the chain and the variator, the drum that the chain is spinning on, well, that fluid needs to, that fluid is going to change state. That's where our EHL comes into play. If it doesn't have the correct EHL property, it'll all get squished out, okay? And then you'll have metal to metal contact. You need a fluid that can withstand that high pressure and still prevent metal to metal contact. That is the simplest way to put it. That is not a scientific way to put it. That is just the simplest way. So you could say that under pressure, the lubricant turns into like a barrier, a shield. And then as soon as it loses pressure, it goes back into a lubricant state. It's pretty cool stuff. It's a good YouTube video. I can't talk about it in depth because even I am still learning constantly about it. I am looking for my bucket of fluid, which I brought over here already. Yay. But that's where I see a lot of problems. People work on CVTs and then they go, holy crap, that oil is like 20 bucks a quart, 30 bucks a quart. Yeah, for a good reason. So then they start shopping around and they go, oh, well, I found this other fluid that says it's compatible. It's $10 a quart or it's $12 a quart. Yeah, sure, go ahead, use it. See how long that transmission lasts. Because it might make it off the lot. You know, it might make it 10,000 miles. It might make it a year. Not going to last. Okay? Not going to last. All right, so the first thing I got to do is I got to purge out the old fluid that was in this machine. So we're going to burn about a quart and a half. There we go. Now we're going to go ahead and fill her up. Now this is called a spill plug, where you keep pumping fluid in until it spills out. Then we're going to start the car, and we're going to fill it up again until it spills out. Then we're going to warm the car up to the CV till the fluid gets about like 110 degrees. Then we're going to check it again because the fluid expands. All right. Fluid expands. Another reason why you should use the correct fluid this transmission was rated for. If you're using a fluid that expands at a different rate than what the transmission was designed for, you could run into some pressure issues. It might blow a seal because it might become overfilled. Weird things happen. So I watched one video, not related to transmissions, but just using universal fluid. It's a really, really good shop, Royalty Automotive. But they have a classic story that they love sharing, where they were working on just a run-of-the-mill BMW. I don't think it was a special type of BMW, but it was an all-wheel drive variation of it. So I had a power transfer unit in it, transfer case just for the layman's. Moving on, the customer wanted to have all the fluids in the vehicle changed because they want to take really good care of their vehicle, and changing your fluids, even fluids marked as lifetime fluids, is very, very important. So they changed out the fluid in this power transfer unit, and the fluid was labeled for just your basic GL9 7590 weight, and that's what they put in. Car came back, I think it was about a week later, not that long, like pretty fast. That PTU was dead. So they're all scared that, they forgot to tighten the drain plug or they did something wrong. Well, they didn't do anything intentionally wrong. They started doing some homework on what could have caused it, and then the community came in from the BMW side and said, oh yeah, those things are notorious for popping if you don't put BMW gear oil in it, because there's something in the BMW oil that's not in your standard GL9 oil. Thanks. Very interesting. And they double checked all the service information. Nothing in the service information about putting in an additive or anything like that. All right, let's fire it up and hope I didn't break anything, right? We should be good. You guys were watching me. You would have said if I made a mistake, right? Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there. Yeah. Gotta wrap this up. All right, no check engine lights. So when you drain these transmissions and then you go through this fill-up process like we just did, you fill it up with the vehicle off, then you start it. You gotta get it up really, 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 really quick, because the transmission's gonna make a gurgling noise. It's because it's low on fluid. You're not hurting anything yet because it's in park. We don't want to let the car just sit here and idle. Then it will be a problem. We'll definitely burn something up. So we're going to hurry back into position. Get our fill plug off, which is odd. There's socket fell off the damn thing. we go. Brake and electric impact. I don't know what it is about all that big electric impacts that people use to change tires. Man, just that ear-piercing, high-pitched clack, man. It triggers me. It's a big trigger thing. I could be really focusing on something and then that hits and I'll completely forgot everything I was thinking about. Like regular pneumatic impacts, ugga-duggas, don't bother me. I think what it really is just the type of cordless impact that they're using. They're using very underpowered half-inch impacts, like the lowest tier. And so it just takes a little bit extra longer to get that lug nut off. So instead of an ugga-dugga, which would be half a second to a full second per lug nut, it's like 3 seconds. You multiply that 4 wheels with 5 lugs each. 20 times you hear that. Blah, 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 blah. Ugh. Yeah, it's triggering. But hey, that's part of the tism. Alright. We're looking good, folks. Starting to come out now. Oh. Hot exhaust, hot exhaust. Yeah, the fill plug is right by the exhaust. Not too pleasant. Okay, well, successfully did it. Took a transmission out, replaced the torque converter, put in a new all-wheel drive clutch pack, and we did all the measurements properly. We put the right thrust bearing in. Not a lot of people are doing that, by the way. I'm calling you all out. If you watch this, I'm calling you out. I know you just used the same one that was in there, or you're just grabbing the one in the middle of the chart. It's not the way to do it. It'll come back. Not tomorrow, not next month, but in about a year, it'll have the same problem again. All right, so I'm going to check the chat out for questions, see if there's anything I didn't answer. And I'm going to go take an hour break. I'll be back on later today. There's nothing new in chat. Well, hey, folks. Thanks for keeping me company. Thanks for letting me talk to myself and not look crazy. We all have a nice Saturday, and I'll see you in an hour.